Motion number 2. The conference calls on the Minister for Justice and Equality to introduce new legislation from emergency response Garda drivers who are required to respond to incidents. This is new legislation which will provide a legal framework that takes into account their advanced level of training, experience and the nature of the incident being responded to protect drivers should an incident occur. Westmeath.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, Cliff Harding, Division 15 Westmeath. I propose this motion. It's an issue that's rumbled on for many years, trying to give our members extra protection when they're driving on duty. Currently, there's a risk of prosecution which affects your personal driving record and insurance premiums for driving in a manner that you'd never drive in your own personal capacity. I think it's inherently unfair and that members require additional protection. The current legal test for a prosecution in the dangerous driving category is that of the reasonably prudent driver. And then I submit that a member on response driving will not always drive as the reasonably prudent driver as per the legal test. This motion proposes to expand on the legislation to add an extra level of protection to members. It's not a blanket exemption, it's just to raise the bar and offers additional protection. By introducing a new legal test beyond the current reasonably prudent driver is the proposal. And I believe that introducing a new legal test will enhance protection to emergency response driving while also holding members still to account. And ask to support the motion.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, Brendan Hogan, Division 15, Westmeath. I just formally second this motion. In recent weeks, I've seen members being issued with fines and spots for driving patrol cars and having to nominate drivers in relation to it. It's a practice that we have an exemption, and it should be there in legislation properly, not to have members worried when they see tickets coming through. Is it going to be prosecution or is it not going to be prosecution? Again, too many times over the radio network, we hear of pursuits of criminals involved in criminal acts being called off by an inspector in the control room because they deem it unsafe or the questioning the driver's ability. It should be clearly in legislation what is required of drivers. I know we've had previous motions in previous years in relation to the driving licence issue. I think this all needs to be addressed in legislation as regards to we're driving with our own driving licence in official patrol cars on duty. I urge to support this motion.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, Mark O'Mara, Division 20, Garda College. I have somewhat of difficulty with the motion. I support the motion, but I just have a slight concern as to what's been asked. We have Section 87 exemption under the Traffic Act, which I think is what's at the crux of this motion, and the lack of internal policy surrounding that, which is causing, as the previous speaker, I think, indicated, penalty points and so on for speeding, and the now bureaucratic, unnecessary to and froing of files for us to explain when we have, for example, exceeded the speed limit on a GATS or GO-SAFE van, and that's causing difficulty for our members. And it would appear to me that Garda management, albeit there is legislation in some format to protect members who have been trained, particularly, that's what we're speaking about, trained drivers, as opposed to drivers on the initial CBD1 qualification or certification. But I do think that there needs to be a cohesive approach to the Section 87 exemption and for Garda management's attention to that, so that legal advice which we previously obtained, which covers us, is not being adhered to by management, and they're seeking repeated explanations from members concerned. But I would urge the floor to support this motion in its spirit. Thank you.
No other speakers. All those in favour, I'll just read it through again. The conference calls on the Minister for Justice and Equality to introduce new legislation for emergency response SCADA drivers who are required to respond to incidents. This new legislation will provide a new legal framework that takes into account their advanced level of training, experience, and the nature of the incident being responded to, and to protect the drivers should an incident occur. All those in favour? Against? And Ronan will monitor the online directs. Motion number 1, Westmeath Division. The conference calls on the Garda Commissioner to A, urgently review the Garda policy in relation to the Garda forensic collision investigators to ensure that it is fit for purpose, and B, to provide the necessary supports for members to perform their important and specialised roles. Westmeath.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, Cliff Hardigan, Westmeath. So just back to a bit of background, I'm a forensic collision investigator. As most of you have probably availed of our services over the years, unfortunately. There's estimated about 41 members nationally, 5 of whom are in non-traffic positions, which would be what little policy there is. Management kind of breach it regularly. A number of these are still in training. We respond to all fatal and life-changing collisions, and we provide we consider an excellent service anyway. There's a number of issues we tried to raise locally and we've been ignored consistently. We've tried to raise issues with GMTB and Fairness Stratford, they've ignored us as well. Some of the main issues is that there's no call-out procedure, there's no call management, lack of accommodation up and down the country, and there's a complete lack of definition for the role. On basis of this motion, I surveyed members personally, and the results of that was 73% were dissatisfied with FCI role, 60% plan on giving up the role within the next 2 years, and only 30% believe in FCI has a positive impact on their career. 70% cited a lack of support and management, including training. With regards to training, you get basic training at the start, and you get no additional CPD or any kind of upskilling. I qualified in 2010. I think 2012 was the last time I did any kind of relevant training course regards it. I'm on a regular unit now, which is a full-time role, and I'm directed to go to scenes regularly enough, like more than once a month, and just have no time to do anything. So that's, yeah, in summary, then, like, there be many issues affecting us. What would really a clear role definition and a role profile, and actually proper policy would, along with training and thing, would really clarify the issues. And it's an essential service that the job just had no interest in supporting. So I'd ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Mr. President, for the delegates, Brendan Hogan, Division 15, Westmeath. I formally second this motion. I would urge you all to support this motion. In our division, we had the experience of witnessing firsthand how management viewed specialist units such as FCIs. In our chief's own words, it's just a skill. The FCIs were forced back onto regular units when they declined to move station when the traffic unit was being moved. They're still expected to carry out both roles in the regular duties plus their FCI duties, leading to a burden on themselves, but also a burden on the unit when they're gone, as they're called off regularly in different regions, even involved in investigations. Little or no understanding involved in our care, even between management and the role involved in FCIs, or the workload is involved in it. The FCIs are highly regarded in regards to courts and other units, but in our own job, seems to be management just see it as just a skill that we've learned, and unfortunately for the members involved, they've no leadership from our role definitions for themselves when they're left now in regular duties. They're at the will of the super, whether the super lets them go or not let them go to an incident. So I'd urge you all to support this motion.
No other speakers. The conference calls on the Garda Commissioner to A, urgently review the Garda policy in relation to the Garda forensic collision investigators to ensure that it is fit for purpose, and B, to provide the necessary support for members to perform their important and specialised roles. All those in favour? Against? Thanks. Just the running order for the remainder of the motions is urgent motion from the CEC is next, followed by a second urgent motion, and these are pension related ones as well. Okay. The conference directs the CEC to deal with the lack of a supplementary pension on retirement from members who joined on Garda Síochána after 2012. By executive members that want to speak on that.
John Parker, Division 27, Cork North. Over the years, we've seen continuous attempts to reduce the benefits that have been available to members over the years. We all know that those of us who joined, and I suppose look specifically pre-95, but it includes the post-95s, everybody is going to get 50% of pension afterwards. And I leave the idiosyncrasies of the post-95s to the next motion. But the single public service pension scheme is one of the most draconian that's out there. Your gratuity for us is 1.5 times. For those people, it's an assessment of the value of the funds that you've built up over your career, nothing guaranteed. Estimates that are out there at the moment would show that that pension could be 2/3 to half of what has gone before 2012. The rest of us are assessed on the best 3 years of the last 10, something that gives equity, depending on how you've moved through different sections over the years and have put up night duty on some part of your career and have had it reduced over others. It's a fail-safe or a balancing out. These people have nothing whatsoever going for them. They're on increased pension contributions. They're on higher PRSI contributions. And that pot of money is doing nothing but subsidizing their employer. It's one government department, social protection, subsidizing the other government department on Garda Síochána with no benefit to the members themselves. It is something that was thought up by a bean counter with no thought whatsoever of the family life of these people who, after 30, 35, or indeed possibly 40 years of service, will have paid in considerable amounts of money in what is a very difficult job at the best of times. So I would ask everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. President, fellow delegates, Kieran O'Neill, SDU. Like John, I support this motion to have our members having 30 years service, having to wait to get a pension on retirement till they're 66, having been forced to retire at the maximum age of 60. We are asking our younger members, and we're actually putting them below the poverty line based on their occupational pension at that stage. There is a definite need for those members to be paid their supplementary pension because their occupational pension will not be sufficient for those members on retirement. We're talking after probably 25 to 30 years service, depending on the age of the applicant when they joined, they're looking at an occupational pension of about 9 to 10 grand on top of their, or below, which should be topped up, I should say, by their supplementary pension of about 12,000. So they should be on a pension of about 25 to 30, but they're actually only going to be on a pension of about 9 to 10,000, based on the model that's there under the single service pension scheme. So I'd urge every person to support this motion. Thank you.
Mr. President, Owen Breheny, Division 21. I probably, like a lot of members here, haven't really thought about my pension because for the last couple of years it didn't really matter, but I'm into my last 8-9 years and now it does matter. So I'd ask either maybe the General Secretary or yourself, Mr. President, maybe to set up a working group, because I think now's the time to move on this. There's a lot of people here with still 20 years left or 10 years, whatever they've left, but it's very important and we're going to lose out. We're paying quite a lot into it and we're not going to get it back. So I think now's the time to work on it going forward and put pressure on government, the minister, not the commissioner because he doesn't listen, but everybody else though. So I'd urge everyone to support this motion. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks. The conference directs the CEC to deal with the lack of a supplementary pension on retirement from members who joined on Garda Síochána after 2012. All those in favour? Against? Thanks. Another urgent motion from the CEC. The conference notes the current ambiguities regarding the pensions of members who joined post-April 1995 and calls on the CEC to immediately engage with the relevant government departments to seek clarity on how these pensions are going to be implemented for members on retirement.
Morning, Mr. President, fellow delegates, Kieran O'Neill, LSDU. When a member who's joined post-1995 retires from Garda Síochána, the system is currently, as it stands, that member must sign on the dole, declare that themselves unemployed, claim the dole for 9 months, and then at that stage claim the supplementary pension. But to claim the dole, somebody has to say and make the declaration that they're available for work. Our members should be able to retire and say, I'm retired. I have given service to the state for 30 years, at least, and I should be entitled to retire without having to make a false declaration. I should be able to say, I've done my job, I want to retire. And on that basis, I'd ask the conference to support this motion, just to kind of, to get a system in place for guards that when they do retire, that they don't have to make a false declaration to the Department of Social Welfare, and that they can actually just retire on their pensions as they should be. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Mick Dolly, Division 26. I'd like to formally second the motion. While the pensions post 2012 are a lot worse than post 95, we still have to acknowledge the problems with the post 95 ones. And further to what Kieran said, that false declaration, the declaration actually states that you're available for and actively seeking work. And guards, after signing warrants, etc., for years have been asked to make the false declaration. We did propose last year that a pensions committee be set up, but the CEC felt that the finance committee could deal with it. But I think the problem coming down the tracks now is so big, we need a separate committee or working group to deal with this. So I'd like to second the motion. Thanks.
The conference notes the current ambiguities regarding pensions of members who joined post-April 1995 and calls on the CEC to immediately engage with the relevant government departments to seek clarity on how these pensions are going to be implemented for members on retirement. All those in favour? Against? As I said, Rowan is monitoring our life with the control. Thank you. The conference directs the CEC to address the unfairness of the additional superannuation contribution for members under fast accrual pensions for those members who have attained 30 years service.
Morning, Mr. President, fellow delegates, conference, Kieran O'Neill, SDU. This is in respect of the pension levy that has been applied to members of An Garda Síochána, which is unfair, in my opinion, particularly for those members who have served over 30 years service. Members of An Garda Síochána are now paying the additional superannuation contribution, which replaced the pension-related deduction, which was introduced in March 2009. This was a temporary deduction from salary of every public service employee. In 2018, the Public Service Stability Agreement between the public service unions and associations and the Irish government, the pension-related deduction was made a permanent feature. The agreement set the rates for pre-2013 public service employee as follows. Earnings up to 34,500 were exempt. Earnings between 34,000 and 60,000 were at a rate of 10%, and earnings above 65,000 are at a rate of 10.5%. But for members of An Garda Síochána, we're on what's called the fast accrual pension. So those rates for the earnings were up to 28,750 were exempt. Earnings from 28,750 to 60,000 are a rate of 10%, and the earnings above 65,000 are 10.5%. That is a difference of 5,750 that every member of An Garda Síochána is liable for a pension levy compared to every other public servant. Now, one can say that we only have to work 30 years, but what happens if I actually work beyond the 30 years, as most of our members will be doing? Our average retirement age is 55 years, and the average service age would be about 34 to 35 years service. Things have changed, times have changed, people are getting married later, setting up their families later in life, and setting up their homes at an older age. This is a problem that's coming down the tracks to our members, and after 30 years of service, there is no additional benefit to the member on their retirement pension. So the question has to be asked as to why they are being penalised after 30 years service on a fast accrual pension rate when there's actually no benefit to them. If a public servant works 43, 44 or 45 years, they get those 3, 4 and 5 years service back to them in pension contributions. If a member of An Garda Síochána works 33 or 34 or 35 years, they get absolutely nothing. We are not being treated equally, and we are being penalised by this government in the legislation that was introduced in respect of this pension. And I ask conference that this matter be addressed as a matter of urgency to get rid of the unfairness that has been levied on members of An Garda Síochána. Thank you.
Have I a seconder for this?
Dave Kelly, SDU. I did formally second the motion. Like Kieran said, it's guys like me who have the 30 years done. We're the ones that are being penalised unfairly.
Thanks. The conference directs the CEC to address the unfairness of the additional superannuation contribution for members and the fast accrual pensions for those members who have attained 30 years service. All those in favour? Against? I'm just waiting on the wording for the alteration to Rule 36. But while we're waiting for that and to get it circulated and put up for the board, we'll go straight over to the Interim General Secretary for his report.
Colleagues, since we convened for our virtual annual delegate conference in December the 29th to the 30th of 2020, our members have continued to operate within the restrictions of the COVID pandemic. While our members continue to present with valid concerns, we have adjusted to new ways of working and representation that only months ago were unimaginable. The GRA business, including CEC meetings, investigations, mediations, conciliation, dispute resolution, and remote working, have required new levels of flexibility, upskilling, agility, and willingness to adjust to ensure that our work gets done. In the last 10 months, we have negotiated a new pay deal, building momentum. We have progressed negotiations to deliver a better roster, while ensuring that the current and popular pandemic roster continues in the interim. We have begun presenting collective and individual claims in large numbers at the Workplace Relations Commission. We have commenced rolling out comprehensive training for our representatives, and despite unexpected setbacks, we have brought our new information and communication technology project to a late stage of conclusion. All of this and much more was achieved within the restrictions and the challenges of a public health emergency. All of these achievements were only possible with the dedication and self-sacrifice and generosity of time of our loyal army of representatives within our Central Executive Committee and throughout divisions and districts. As we reflect on our efforts and achievements over the last 11 months, it is impossible to properly do justice to the progress made on so many fronts by a relatively small band of volunteers and staff in the GRA headquarters. There was no breaches of guidelines and no incidents due to attendance at headquarters. It is important that while restrictions have eased in recent weeks, we must continue to observe public health advice on social distancing, hygiene, and protect one another at all times. I want to acknowledge and I want to thank the Conference Arrangements Committee, our Standing Orders Committee, and my colleagues in GRA HQ for adjusting plans when required in recent months, amidst great uncertainty as to whether we could meet in person or virtually. I want to put on record our gratitude for the invaluable counsel and advice provided by Liz Hughes and her colleagues in Hughes Murphy Solicitors, who were available to us at any hour of the day and night, oftentimes with no notice. In 2021, we welcomed new CEC members, Brendan O'Leary, Dermot O'Brien in his return from the Secretariat to the Galway Division, Joe Cawley from Waterford, John Cashman from Wexford, and Dan Ryan from Carlow Kilkenny. We thank Ronan Slevin from Waterford, who was appointed as Interim Deputy General Secretary in January of 2001, Brendan O'Leary in Waterford, Tom Keane from Galway, Ger Comerford from Carlow Kilkenny, and Derek Campion from Wexford for their commitment and dedication to our CEC during their tenure. I note Tom Keane's in the recent bulletin. Tom Keane recently retired, and I wish Tom and his family the best of luck and good health in his retirement. Here are some of the key issues and the challenges that we faced throughout 2021. In the COVID pandemic, our members have continued to attend work in a most challenging environment. Early in 2021, we saw the public begin to lose patience and become frustrated with the public health restrictions. Our members bore the brunt of the anger simmering within our communities and embodied in the public protests on Grafton Street in February and Cork City in March. Members were subjected to sustained injury and endured abuse and harassment in simply doing their job. The images of a rocket being fired at head height into a line of Gardaí on Grafton Street in February 2021 gained national and international attention. The scenes where members were shouted at, assaulted, spat at, and generally abused with no respect for social distancing guidelines brought home the unpredictability and the dangers associated with policing. And that was not all that they brought home. In February 2021, the percentage of Gardaí available for work fell to 81% of the force, as the virus showed no respect for profession or for border. Eaten bread was soon forgotten when the bureaucrats who worked from home during the pandemic met to consider which frontline workers were at the greatest risk during the pandemic. These home workers proposed that any tangible acknowledgement should be restricted to persons working on COVID hospital wards. Even when our members were asked to police public gatherings and outdoor dining while using discretion, armed with little more than their own operational experience and professional judgment, they did so largely unvaccinated, as the Commissioner informed us that we must take our place in the queue. But despite this, our members boldly managed the front line, engaging with the public in a professional and caring manner, leading to an unquestionable and unprecedented respect between Gardaí and community. The pay agreement building momentum. A difficult dispute arose after the government representatives presented pay proposals without consultation with the Garda staff associations. The failure to consult when introducing significant change is a repetitive theme throughout this report. The Garda staff associations held a firm line in refusing to progress the proposals and enter sectoral bargaining unit discussions until commitments were given regarding the 2016 Labour Court recommendation. The GRA also sought and gained commitments regarding our inclusion at all stages of future pay negotiations. A meeting with Minister McEntee led to confirmation that, and I quote, "I am happy to give this written commitment that future pay talks will fully reflect the commitment of parity of esteem as previously agreed for your association, and that there will be full engagement by the management side with you on all elements of the process." A ballot of our members then led to 74% of members who voted accepting the building momentum pay proposals. The new agreement will see members accessing a pay increase of at least 3% pay during the life of the agreement. Younger members on the earlier points of this pay scale will gain a pay increase of up to 4.2% on and before the 1st of October 2022. It is noteworthy that the GRA has successfully kept alive a significant number of claims for a number of national and specialist units within the pay negotiations. These claims are currently being managed within the new Conciliation Council. The Westmanstown Rosters Working Group. The Garda Commissioner invited the staff associations to reconvene rosters negotiations with a view to agreeing a revised roster. The 12-hour tours on a 4-on, 4-off basis introduced at the outset of the pandemic has been well received by members. Extensive feedback from GRA members indicate a strong desire to have the emergency roster continue after the public health restrictions are stood down. In addition, the working time agreement that provides protections and certainty within Garda rosters has come under threat. The GRA has been successful in ensuring that the emergency roster continues at least until the 23rd of January 2022. Negotiations will continue in the interim, but the Commissioner's position remains that the 12-hour tours are not best suited for all aspects of a normal policing environment. I am assuring you that GRA members will have an opportunity to participate in a ballot to determine any continuation of the current rosters or any change to rosters and/or the working time agreement. Discussions within the rosters negotiations are confidential to the participants. However, GRA members can be assured that they will be updated accurately insofar as is possible on an ongoing basis, and once negotiations have concluded or where issues arise. I want to reference a further session that's coming up after this presentation by the Deputy General Secretary, where we'll do a presentation on exactly where the discussions are at the moment. And we'll have a questions and answer session where any questions relating to rosters can be dealt with. The GRA Workplace Representatives Training. The GRA has correctly invested heavily in upskilling and resourcing new or workplace representatives. A new training program has been prepared, taking into account our new disputes resolutions procedures and our recent access to the Workplace Relations Commission and the Labour Court. The training of our own tutors to roll out the training courses is a visionary move, and it will remove any unnecessary reliance on external training resources. I wish to commend Aileen Morrissey and Dermot O'Brien on their commitment and diligence to progressing this important project. We are aware that we intended to prioritise training, but with the figures having changed in recent days against us, we had to stand down. But it is a mark of the importance that we attach to the training and development and upskilling of our viewer workplace representatives. Our trainees and our Garda probationers. During the pandemic, we have witnessed the unacceptable treatment of our trainee and probationer colleagues in many, many respects. Some changes to the training programme were necessary owing to the closure of the Garda College and public health restrictions. However, trainees were sent to stations without adequate training and resources. Management failed to provide additional financial support to meet the extra costs incurred for necessary travel and accommodation costs. The GRA secured additional payments for trainees in 2020, but management have now withdrawn this, even though the training programme has not reverted. The GRA secured special leave with pay for the trainees who were given no annual leave last year, but management are continuing to withdraw trainees' entitlement to leave. The association is strongly opposing this and are currently awaiting confirmation that the entitlement has been restored. The Deputy General Secretary will later today give you some important updates and feedback on developments and progress that he has made in relation to that issue that he has discovered in the last 24 hours. Further examples of how vulnerable our trainees and probationers are included unilateral change to the model of training and attempts to extend the period of probation for almost 1,400 probationer Gardaí, 1,358 to be exact. The GRA have been proactive and effective in challenging these developments for the most vulnerable colleagues in our membership. The commencement of legal action by the GRA, including judicial review, was influential in almost 1,400 probationer Gardaí being given certainty as to the date that they would exit probation. Commitment has been secured from the Garda Commissioner for our probationers to receive full retrospective correction of any loss of income arising after the exit probation. This includes retrospection to the correct point on the salary scale after exiting probation. We must remember that these trainees and probationers are the delegates and the CEC members of the future, and they must be assured that they have our full support, just as they will be expected to support those coming behind them. One association and one representative body for all. Our ICT project. Progression of our ICT project was severely hampered by the pandemic and technical issues that arose when user acceptance testing was intensified. The finance functionality is operational. The membership system went live on the 5th of July 2021 within the confines of GRA headquarters and is being updated on a daily basis and tested to ensure that data is migrating from the current to the new system without any risk to security arising. It is essential that we can guarantee that the new system is capable of meeting our expectations without any risk to the data that's held on the system. Our new GRA website. Alongside the ICT project, development of a website is currently underway. This website is likely to be completed before the end of the year. Prior to this seismic overhaul, GRA websites tended to be quite static without interactive features. Development of this new website will bring a dynamic site rich with interactive features such as articles, polling, and our social media timeline previews. The association also intends to improve the current slow process of uploading PDF statements. The new website will accommodate material, including statements and articles of real interest to our members for our members. Our new industrial relations procedures. The Industrial Relations Amendment Act of 2019 took effect from the 1st of February 2020, giving us access to the Workplace Relations Commission and the Labour Court for the first time for industrial disputes on issues relating to interest. Previously, any dispute on an issue of interest was brought to our internal conciliation and arbitration scheme. Where a dispute remained unresolved, we simply had to put up with that outcome. Unlike other trade unions, we had no access to bring that dispute to an external forum for conciliation or for adjudication. The Industrial Relations Act Amendment of 2019 is a game changer for the GRA in that we can bring unfair actions and decisions by management to an external adjudication body for resolution and adjudication. Throughout 2021, we developed an expertise and a skill in bringing claims and disputes through the new disputes resolutions mechanisms. This included our district and our divisional representatives navigating the 3 stages of the new procedures with district, divisional and regional Garda management. The former conciliation and arbitration scheme, which met on a 3-monthly basis, was overhauled and replaced with a new National Conciliation Council, which sits every 2 months and is chaired by the Director of Conciliation Services in the Workplace Relations Commission, Ms. Anna Perry. Despite sustained resistance from Garda management, we skillfully introduced a new monthly industrial relations forum attended by the Executive Director of Human Resources and the Head of Industrial Relations. This high-level engagement for the GRA on a monthly basis at least has ensured that industrial relations issues and claims and disputes are heard quickly as they arise and are processed with the minimum delay into the new National Conciliation Council. If unresolved, the issue or the dispute or the claim no longer stagnates, and it now moves into the Workplace Relations Commission and the Labour Court, where a decision or a recommendation can issue. The prospect for Garda management of their actions and decisions being exposed to external and independent scrutiny and adjudication should result in fairer treatment for our members within their workplace. The respect for the Labour Court has seen staff associations, trade unions, and public sector management elsewhere implementing its recommendations. I expect nothing less from Garda management in observing both the letter and the spirit of such WRC and Labour Court outcomes in the future. Third-party referral of disputes. Since gaining access to the Workplace Relations Commission services, the GRA has already become frequent users of both the conciliation and the adjudication services. We are punching well above our weight when the resources we have are matched to those of the employer. We have maintained service delivery without our new 7 industrial relations officers being funded and appointed. Garda management have appointed an industrial relations officer in each of their regions. It is a tribute to you, the divisional representatives, your district reps and CEC members, that we have adapted and flourished within our new industrial relations world. I look forward to further levelling of this playing field in the near future. The supplementary roster. There are approximately 850 GRA members who moved to the supplementary roster at the beginning of the pandemic. This resulted in a significant loss of premium earnings. Garda management have since reneged on a commitment given to make good any loss in June 2020. The consequent dispute was referred to the WRC Conciliation Services, and it has progressed within a number of conciliation conferences. While management have accepted that some members have suffered a loss of income and have accepted that the Commissioner has committed that no member would suffer a loss as a result of policing the pandemic, it appears that there are now efforts to renege on that commitment. This dispute continues in conciliation at the moment. Temporary transfer. more than 100 GRA members at the Garda College and Garda headquarters who were redeployed during the pandemic have been refused payment of travel and subsistence for additional travel incurred. Management bizarrely argue that despite members incurring extra costs for travel and being away from their permanent station and base, there is no entitlement for our members' claims to be paid. The association is adamant that members who incurred extra costs due to policing the pandemic should not be out of pocket. The loss has in many cases been considerable. This dispute has been referred to the WRC Conciliation Services and is at a late stage within that process. Loss of premium earnings due to the COVID-related absences. A large number of members have lost earnings due to the failure of management to provide home working opportunities where members' medical conditions required them to cocoon from work. It is a feature that members were assured that they would not lose premium payments or allowances in protecting their own health and avoiding exposure to the coronavirus. The resulting disputes have been referred to the Workplace Relations Commission. Some members who had no premium earnings in the previous 12 months prior to contracting COVID in the course of their duties were refused special leave with pay. Management argued that the established formula for calculating loss of earnings meant that no payment was due to such members who were required to self-isolate in accordance with the public health guidelines. These members were typically, but not exclusively, staff in the Garda College, probationers, or members returning from career breaks. The initial referrals to the Workplace Relations Commission saw the claims within procedure being settled to the satisfaction of our members. Changing legislation, a number of bills were provided to the GRA, inviting our observations and comment. These include the Garda Síochána 2021 body-worn cameras, Garda Síochána Policing Security and Community Safety Bill 2021, and the Garda Síochána Functions and Operational Areas Bill for drug testing. Substantial and comprehensive submissions were made to the Oireachtas Justice Committee, then followed with our attendance at an oral hearing with the Justice Committee to ensure that the concerns and the interests of GRA members are taken into account. We await further consultation. Garda Review Limited. After a turbulent recent history, the new board of the Garda Review Limited has put the business on a firm footing that gives optimism for the future of the company and the continuing success of the Garda Review magazine among our members. This has been achieved with significant cost savings generated in renegotiating the contract with a new editor and returning to 10 editions per annum and revising the approach taken to advertising revenue and growing the subscription base with new recruits into the Garda College. The content of the Garda Review is increasingly relevant to members with more frequent contributions now coming from the GRA, CEC and Secretariat. In 2021, the Garda Review Limited has already repaid €50,000 of its loan back to the GRA, thereby reducing the debt from €261,000 to €212,000. Projections and performance to date indicate that the loan can be repaid in the short term in accordance with a viable and realistic business plan. The Garda Review Limited is on schedule in repaying this loan owed to the GRA. Medical assessment for firearms certification. Members raised concern at the significant backlog that has arisen for members who had not had health screening since 2019 and as a result were unable to recertify their firearms card. Following GRA intervention and to expedite clearing the backlog, temporary arrangements were put in place. Each division is now authorised to make arrangements with a medical centre which is invoiced directly. This negated the need for members to front the cost of his or her medical screening. Policy and guidelines to protect Gardaí being recorded without authorisation. Following representations by the GRA, Garda management have agreed to commence a consultation process to put in place measures that will protect members being subjected to intimidation, harassment, and unwelcome attention by members of the public. Former Chief Superintendent in HRM, Tony McLaughlin, is managing this process and has met with the GRA delegation already. Mr. McLaughlin has agreed to engage again if requested before concluding his final report. Suspension of members from duty. And this is related to the emergency motion number 6 from the Limerick division yesterday. The GRA has raised concern on at least 2 fronts relating to the suspension of members. Firstly, it is argued that members must be given the opportunity, in the presence of his or her GRA representative if desired, to influence the decision to redeploy to other duties, possibly in a different area, instead of suspension, before that final decision is made. Secondly, the GRA has argued that it is unfair and it is prejudicial to a member to lose all premium earnings of up to 30% of the value of basic pay while suspended. Other professionals in the Irish public sector and colleagues in international police forces are treated with a greater degree of fairness than our members are subjected to when a complaint is made against them. It is worth noting that the majority of members who have complaints made against them are found to have no case to answer. Yet we are aware of members who have been suspended for up to 7 years. We are aware of members who have been suspended for more than 1 year without having any communication from the investigation team. The GRA say this is unfair, it is unnecessary, and it must stop. As an association, we have stood shoulder to shoulder to support all of our members, and I say to those that have been left at home in limbo with dark clouds of uncertainty over their careers, you must hear loud and clear from this delegates' conference that we continue to support you in your time of need, and you have not been forgotten. 39-hour week and 1/41 divisor. The GRA lodged a claim for a 39-hour week almost 33 years ago, on the 22nd of February, 1989. In 2016, the claim for a 39-hour week was renewed and reinvigorated. The Labour Court recommendation that brought a resolution to the 2016 Garda dispute recommended progress on the delivery of a 39-hour week and the divisor to be reduced from 1/41 on overtime earnings. In the last 10 months, the GRA has prioritised this claim again with the WRC, and we have engaged intensively to bring this claim finally to a satisfactory conclusion. We have successfully kept the costings of both issues outside of the sectoral bargaining fund, amounting to 1% of gross pay assigned under the new pay agreement. The WRC and Garda management are well aware of our determination to conclude this business, and the Labour Court has offered to remain available in the event that resolution is not reached. This matter remains unfinished business for your representatives, but I can assure our membership that we are determined to conclude these negotiations at the earliest possible opportunity. Panels. With plans to ease the public health restriction in October 2021, the GRA engaged with management to ensure that members waiting on panels for promotion or lateral movement to national and specialist units would not be disadvantaged due to any delay caused by the pandemic. While all panels due to expire are now extended, we argue that movement to vacancies must proceed without delay. It is essential in a disciplined employment that opportunities be accessed by successful candidates on panels. Random drug testing. One of the major frustrating elements for our membership over the past year has been the drip feeding and leaking of proposed procedural changes that directly affect our members before proper consultation or even initial negotiations had been concluded. One such matter was that of the proposed random drug testing of our members, which made headlines and stirred radio debates in the summer. We as an association are not opposed to random drug testing of our members, but we must ensure that any such policy be carried on in a fair, measured, balanced and appropriate manner without infringing on our members' individual rights. How these tests would be conducted and the criteria involved had not been fully explored before any such announcements or press conferences were held, which we found unhelpful and disrespectful to our membership and their elected representatives. Unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. There have been others that have been raised publicly under the umbrella term of anti-corruption, and we have made the feelings of our members well known to both the Commissioner and senior Garda management. The APSFF projects, civilianisation, we are seeing the expansion of the roles being fulfilled by Garda staff, including public offices and counters. Unfortunately, despite extensive engagements and discussions in 2018 and 2019, the Working Group on Civilianisation did not produce an agreed policy document to assist members in the process. Management are still attempting to proceed with their agenda. In the absence of an agreed policy document, members are reminded of the following. There is no agreed reporting structure between sworn and unsworn staff. Garda members continue to report to and take instructions within the rank structure and traditional channels of communication. The training of Garda staff is not the responsibility of the sworn members, whom they will work alongside or replace. Any instruction, direction, or communication given to a member via email should have a clearly identifiable individual as a signatory and not an anonymized section mailbox. The operating policing model. The implementation of this model is progressing, with quarterly meetings taking place with the OPM Central Implementation Team. In any event, any issues regarding the OPM should be forwarded to the Interim Deputy General Secretary for inclusion and discussion. RDMS. The rollout of this time management system is continuing within the Kerry Division, with the Kerry Division now online and the Limerick and DMR South Divisions next to follow in November 2021. Mobile phones with integrated RTMS apps are to be rolled out in the Limerick Division in November, which will allow for mobile logging on. The COVID Forum. At the beginning of the pandemic, a COVID Forum weekly meeting was established. This has continued to meet on a weekly basis, and these meetings facilitate the GRA to raise issues with the Head of Industrial Relations. Issues raised are resolved within the forum or can be escalated if necessary to more senior management or to the Workplace Relations Commission. Matters that may have been raised include members' pay being affected by COVID absences, contingency roster extensions, priority testing, priority vaccination, annual leave abstraction, rates, trainees' concerns, probationers' issues, deployment of members and the entitlement of members to subsistence. Some members, including probationers, staff redeployed to the front line from the Garda College, members returning from a career break were infected with COVID and were unable to claim a loss of allowances as they did not have a premium payment from the years previous. The GRA negotiated with management and agreed a formula to ensure that members can recoup their loss of earnings. This formula will be utilised going forward for any member who is in a similar situation. Any member who was affected and has lodged a claim should now be compensated. Probationers who have been attested early and returned to the college to complete their training periods were being denied their entitlement to claim for travel and overnight subsistence. Through persistent interaction with HR, it was confirmed and accepted that they have an entitlement to claim, and in addition, return weekly journeys home as all attested members are. Update on implementation of the Ampersand report. An annual budget has been assigned to the provision of member training, and training activity has continued to intensify. Media training for relevant personnel has taken place. The implementation of a case management system as part of our overall ICT project is underway. The first ever GRA accountant has been appointed and an accounting package has been implemented in full. Significant changes to the expense claim process have been made with the introduction of a robust electronic claim form and the advent of electronic banking, which cuts out a lot of user work in submitting a claim and speeds up the payment significantly. A draft governance framework has been presented to the CEC and it is under consideration, along with various related draft policy documents, and there's a sheet attached in your annual report for your perusal. I want to thank you for your participation and commitment over the last 2 days of our annual conference, and I know that working together, we can shape a progressive and a dynamic association, one that continues to put our members' interests first. We look forward to Conference 2020, knowing that communities matters, and so do we. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, what I propose to just take a break for probably, if we came back around 11:45. The reason being is the hotel have asked too that you, if you're not staying tonight, that you would clear out your room just to vacate the rooms for half 11. So see you here 11:45, so please. Thank you. Yes. Okay, delegates, if you could take your seat, we just have one more to go through and then we'll get the update on rosters from the Deputy General Secretary. There's the amendment to the current Rule 36. I'm just looking for conference to agree to put this onto the floor. If that's okay, if we get a show of cards and that. Thanks. And Kieran's going to formally withdraw the one from yesterday.
Good morning, good afternoon, President. Yeah, I formally withdraw the proposed rule change that was brought yesterday. I'm submitting this proposed rule change to conference today. It addresses the issues raised by the Galway division in respect that, you know, the ratification would be subject to the change will be subject to the ratification for conference. And this, as similar to yesterday, this rule is necessary because we have elections coming up in January, particularly for divisions that are under the operation policing model, because when the legislation comes in and a district is removed, our district is the area under the current rule states that a Garda district is the area under the authority of a superintendent. In the operation policing models, the areas under the authority of the superintendent are the hubs, which we can't cater for electoral purposes because our own database doesn't show who's working on frontline policing, who's working on the crime branch. But this is keeping the status quo as we currently have it, and that the GRA will be the determinant of what is a district for their district committees. And I'd ask you to support the motion on the rule change.
Mr. President, Dermot O'Brien, Galway Division number 5. The changes that Kieran has made to that addresses the concerns I have yesterday, so I formally second that proposal as well.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yeah. So I'll just read through it just for formality. For the purpose of such elections, a district committee should consist of a Garda district under the authority of the superintendent. The proposed change is delete the words under the authority of the superintendent and insert the words as determined by the CE's Central Executive Committee subject to ratification by conference. Rule 36A(3) would then read, for the purpose of such elections, a district committee should consist of a Garda district as determined by the Central Executive Committee subject to ratification by conference. All those in favour? All those against? Thanks. Ronan is monitoring the online. Okay, so Ronan is going to give us an update there on the roster negotiations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates. I just give you a small bit of an update first in relation to the trainees before I get into the rosters. Following our representations, annual leave for trainees has been reinstated. They are currently considering how to apply backdating that to all the trainees who didn't avail or that weren't allowed to avail of annual leave. And in addition to that, the subsistence rate has been reinstated for the current batch. And it also has been, it will be backdated and paid to all the groups that haven't got it since 2020. And going forward, they've agreed to work with us in relation to formalizing an allowance for trainees, because my understanding is that probably maintain the current training program is what their intention is in relation to them being actually out on in the live environment while they're training. So going forward, we're hoping to formalize their subsistence allowance for our expenses for them when they're out in the real world, shall we say. So I'll just give you an update in relation to Westminstown. As you can appreciate, there's a certain amount of things we can't say. We've signed up to a confidentiality agreement while we're partaking out there. There's myself, General Secretary Philip, Frank, Brendan and James Morris Rowe. There's 4 of us there on every day. So the purposes of the current engagements is we're considering working time proposal from the Garda Commissioner to the staff associations, and is to achieve an agreed collective approach, provide an agreed set of rosters, and to conclude a working time agreement that will incorporate those rosters. There's a number of challenges and constraints that we're encountering outside. Is that mainly one of the main ones is the absence of the chiefs and the superintendents associations due to their industrial action at the moment, and it's probably will prove to be a more how would I say, a more difficult point if we come to an agreement without them out there, because we will require all the associations to sign off on any agreement. Discussions are taking place. Obviously, it's based on the previous roster, the contingency roster, which is a 6 on 4 off 10-hour platform. That's the roster that we're starting from. But obviously, it's very hard to ignore the last 2 years where everybody's working as 4 on 4 off, and it seems to be the point of reference at all times. But it's actually the previous rosters what we're discussing on. Well, obviously, to ensure compliance to the European Working Time Directive, we have to try and adhere to cost neutrality provisions, consider the potential effects of any of the proposed unexpected earnings going into the future. There's obviously the COVID restrictions are also a challenge, and it's also another constraint obviously will be at least the 8 weeks that our association will require to ballot any proposal if it's agreed. I suppose the current position we have at the moment is that management lodged a proposal in March 2021. We had a different chair at that stage. So new chair, Sean McHugh, was appointed in July 2021. And it basically meant we had to start again. So initially we were on MS Teams meetings, which was completely unsuitable. So we started plenary in-person sessions. And in those sessions, the chair has decided on a different approach. He meets in plenary sessions, obviously, with all associations, but he also is, he meets separately with the associations if he's trying to progress individual issues with them, or us even. We have a technical group as well, which is made up from representations from all the staff associations, in which any items in relation to costings, issues with any rosters or breaches of European Working Time Directive in terms of rest periods and everything, they're all referred to them. And even in relation to issues like the amount of members that are attached to different units, the cost involved, potential earnings, potential losses, everything like that goes back to the technical group. It's agreed there, and the technical group then make a presentation back. As an independent group, you're not really wearing your GRA hat or your AGSI hat in the technical group. You're just ensuring that the facts and figures coming back are accurate and true. And we're also awaiting advice in relation to the European Working Time Directive. So the current position, I suppose, is that management's proposal is 5 rosters, core and non-core rosters. They're based on a combination of 12 hours and 8-hour shifts only. They have no proposal that covers any other shift duration other than those 2. Our current position is we've lodged our own proposal and we put it on the table. It consists of 3 rosters for core, non-core and the DDU. It's based on a 12-hour shift, 4 on, 4 off pattern. And it's currently the COVID roster with slight tweaks. And also that the current situation in relation to preconditioned workers and specialized units would continue to exist, where their rosters would be agreed at Westminster Town on organizational and members' need. So I suppose what we're trying to do here is, while we're updating and we're governed by confidentiality, we have received indication from management that 12-hour rosters is not on the table and will not be agreed for all members of the force. Simple as. They believe that their proposal, which covers 2/3 of the membership, there thereabouts, on the 4 on, 4 off, 12-hour platform, and the rest is covered by their 8-hour proposal. So I suppose what we're trying to do here is, while updating conference, we also like to hear the feedback and the thoughts of conference. We're currently governed by our mandate going out at Westminster, and if we stick rigidly to that, we will not achieve any agreement at Westminster. So really, I suppose I'm asking conference for their views in relation to where to see rosters going, what members want. Do they all want 12 hours? Do you want combination of family-friendly options? You can't, unfortunately. You see, I suppose as it stands, if we're working off a 4-unit platform, management have no option but to offer the 12-hour shift for the core responsive units, because it's the only roster that's EWTD compliant in relation to 4 units. So I suppose they're allowed then, when you come off the 24-hour platform, obviously any shift length can work depending on the business hours of that day that they propose for those particular units. I can't hear you.
Just to understand what you're saying there, sorry, I'm in a word. Just to understand what you're saying there, are you saying that we need to consider more latitude about what the mandate that you're bringing out there to progress these negotiations?
Yes, definitely.
So how tight is what you're looking at the moment, and what do you, if you had a wish list, what do you think we need to be looking at?
Our mandate covers protections in relation to the 14 days notice period, the annual leave, the shift pattern of the core, or the main cohort of our members, which is core, non-core, and the DDU, that they should always be on the same rest pattern, rest days. It governs, I suppose, mainly just the protections within the Working Time Act.
Right. And having seen what you've seen, what do you think you're going to need? Having seen what you've seen, what do you think you're going to need to bring to it to get what we need, or a better proposal that might suit the membership?
Well, I suppose I can't honestly say what the outcome is going to be. I can't.
Yeah,
but in terms of, like, as I said, management have made it quite clear, that Commissioner has made it quite clear that he is not for a 4 on 4 off for everybody. He's not. As it stands, we're going out there saying we're not taking anything but that.
Right.
So it doesn't, you don't need to be a genius to say that we're butting heads and achieving not a lot. We're not allowed to achieve.
That's not going to progress anything for any of us.
It's not going to progress anything.
Just one thing, my own concern is that the fact that we've already we're into the second roll-on of carrying over annual leave. I have 58.5 days carried over, plus 34. I think someone suggested 100 there, did they? In the region of someone.
I have it.
100 days carry over. That's something that they're going to probably come out and say that on the current system, we can't be giving you, you're getting 12 hours as a day's leave now, as opposed to pre the last roster, it was 8 hours was a day's leave. And they do have this figure of we get 34 days leave. Now, 34 days leave to me is a figure that's come about, as I understand it, from we get an allowance of a day's leave for public holidays that we wouldn't get if we were working in the private sector. So effectively, we're looking at take 11 off that. We're getting 23 days leave in the year. Would that be fair? That's really what we're getting 11 extra days for public holidays.
10.
9 extra days. Okay, well, whatever. 10. Okay, so just that they don't come in and go, well, you have to cut back the leave to 24 days, or you have to cut back the leave to another figure. 34 is definitely a no-go past that for us.
Yeah, well, we're adamant that leave doesn't belong in Westminster.
But so they're going to need it, and they're going to look at it as a money-saving method and as a constraint that they're going to try and introduce. I feel anyway, they're going to try and do that. So to protect that would definitely be one.
Well, they may, but they won't be doing it in Westminster. I'll put it like that.
Good. So what you're looking for then here is what else can we come up with that's going to allow you to look for the best roster that's going to work for all of us. Outside 12 on, 12 off, not going to be allowed.
I'll put it like this. As I said, we're out there at the moment standing on 4 on, 4 off for everybody, okay? We can't even consider remaining on the pre-COVID 10-hour shift as it stands.
Because it needs 5 units.
Well, even if it was to turn around and say to 4 units, we're, according to our mandate, we're not allowed to discuss that.
Right. So we need to get a new mandate for you here now, or pretty much.
Well, I'm not so much even changing the mandate, it's just the
parameters of it.
Yeah, if to remove the strict restrictions and explore possible avenues in which an agreement can be reached. That I don't see it being a one roster for all. It's going to be a suite of rosters. That's the difficulty here. And as it stands at the moment, we don't have that latitude.
Okay, and just given all your experiences, what have you seen as what you need to be looking for added on to the mandate? Someone else can chat now.
Oh, added on. Well, I suppose it's just a one-liner that we're allowed to not so much negotiate, but I suppose we're allowed to explore the avenue outside of 4 on, 4 off for everybody, and that it may be a possibility that the one roster will not be agreed for all divisions within the job, while obviously protecting all the entitlements and rights that are within the WTA.
So do you need us to green card you more latitude?
Yes, as it stands,
Well,
yes.
let's start with that and see how it goes.
Yeah, Mick Feather, Division 26 STU. Just from what you're saying, regular units 12-hour, everyone else 8-hour. Now looking at this commissioner and what he's implemented, it's nothing new. He's taking UK style policing and sticking it in here. The UK detectives are on 8-hour shifts, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. They can't actually get people to become detectives over there. There's a sizable chunk of our members are detectives. And I suppose speaking for those, our fear is that this is going to come in like the UK. An 8-hour shift isn't acceptable for us for what we're doing. You know?
Well, I'd say to you in that, Mick, is as it stands at the moment, right, the negotiations will come to a halt. We'll all walk away from West. Well, we're not, you know what I mean? We won't progress anything in Westminster. And if the commissioner decides to implement it, he'll implement what is currently his proposal. If we have the latitude to try and explore a middle ground where we could get something that ye are acceptable and he's acceptable to, it's a far better prospect than just walking out now and having something implemented and go down to Labour Court and directed to work it.
Look, I understand the whole area of negotiation and you've got to give and take a bit, but just looking at the 8-hour and the 12-hour can result in one group having 50% more leave than the other group. The downside is if annual leave is changed into early, that affects the entire job in a way that the second, third order effects would of that be where if somebody needs to be facilitated maybe to nip off, they're now going to take it at an hour here and an hour there. So it's, look, I'm just highlighting for the detective thing, looking at what they're bringing in the UK, it doesn't work there. It hasn't worked there, and I don't think it'll work here.
I understand. Listen, their biggest issue is the drum they bang the whole time is time and attendance. Time and attendance, interaction with other agencies, time and attendance. And that's what we're up against out there. Now, we fully understand 8-hour shift means compared to the 10-hour roster, you're doing 47 days more work in a year. Compared to 12-hour roster, 78 days more. So we understand that. And we're not for agreeing an 8-hour roster for 30% support. We're not. But as it stands at the moment, we won't get agreement on anything unless we have the imprimatum to come off the 4 on, 4 off, 12-hour shift for everybody. So that's the simple of it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Ron,
Tom.
A rep that's not here has asked me, he couldn't get it up in the box there. His message was, In relation to the 2/3, you said in uniform, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that for that member that's not here? Because he says in the area he's policing, it's way below that.
Oh, sorry, elaborate on which bit, Tom, the 2/3 bit?
The 2/3 bit, yeah.
You're asking.
I'm asking on his behalf that in the area that he's policing and a rep for, it's way below 2/3 in uniform.
Those figures that they've given us haven't been verified as it stands yet, Tom, in relation to the amount of the percentage that they're referring to.
Right.
So I like, how would I say, I'm going on what they've said that the offer for is, as what did I say there? That it's a combination of 12 and 8, and they're saying the 12 hours going, they're offering it to 66%. We haven't verified that that's correct yet. So
It's probably something we must do, Ron.
it's gone to the technical, Tom, but we just haven't met as of yet.
Yeah.
Because of conference this week.
Okay, thank you.
Roland's Dave Buckley, attached to Rose Policing Unit in Dundalk, and I can tell you, I've been asked to pass on from my members attached to the unit and Drogheda, that if we were to go back to 8-hour rosters, that would be the end of roads policing in County Louth. Lads will not do it. They'll go back to the regular. Been talking the same for PSNI, members of the PSNI. They cannot fill specialist positions up the north because the hours compared to the regular are detrimental to their work-life balance. So what happened back there was lads just went back to core units. So I understand the predicament that we're in, but you're more than welcome to tell management, if they bring it in for roads policing, there will not be a roads policing unit in Dundalk. We'll just go back to the regular, and that'll be the end. That'll be it.
I just want to say on that, and I listen, I understand as an ex-traffic myself, but anyway, the idea that members will get to choose that to stay on the core, you're going to have to come away from that. The commissioner tomorrow morning will direct you as a detective. He'll direct you as traffic. He'll direct you or whatever. And if that shift is in, you'll be working it. So there's a caveat there for the 66%. If they're offered this and they're voting on it, there is nothing stopping them not being on the core the morning after they accept that. So they have to be exceptionally careful. It's the proposal in its entirety and the protections on it are within that you have to be very mindful of when it comes down to it.
I just see it as a divide and conquer too by management.
That's why I'm saying we have to be very conscious of like it goes without saying that everybody that comes out of Templemore is going directly onto core, and the commissioner's not going to leave everybody that's on core while he's getting 800 guards a year into the core system. So somebody has to come off somewhere. So if you're voting on something solely on the fact that you're getting 4 on, 4 off, you better make sure the protections are in it as well. And as it stands in his proposal, they're not. And I can't send more than that.
Hi, Marie Burke, Division 23, Ballymun. I'm in Compol in Ballymun. So for the last couple of years, obviously with the roster being brought in, people have enjoyed the fact that we know who's working at what time, whether it's DDU, the regular, Compol, other non-core units. So it has helped members know, for members of the public to say when a member of the DDU is in, they can say, yeah, he's Unit C, he's back in Tuesday at 7 a.m. You can talk to him then. If we go back to a system like we had 3-4 years ago, where the regular, Compol, DDU, and whoever else are on several different rosters in the one station, nobody knows who's meant to be where, whether they're logged on or not. So you're leaving the members not knowing who's meant to be working, and the members of the public not knowing when a member is in. I understand there has to be a bit of give and take with this, but as a member of a station party, it works well to have members across the board working together. We work better as a team when I know I can call on 3 members of the DDU at the one time who are working at the same time as me, and members of the regular, which has happened and does happen on a regular basis where I'm stationed. And I'm sure it happens in other stations around the country.
I understand that, and in relation even to filling vacancies within the core, whatever it be it, backing and fellas up, I understand all that. But management's proposal, I would say, is based on their view in relation to what the new policing system is going to be. that each section will be dedicated. You'll have a dedicated core, you'll have a dedicated detective unit, dedicated domestic, dedicated compound. This is their view, like, I'm just saying,
No,
that's
I
the
understand
rosters
that.
based on that. And their view is that these all will all be separate entities. That's
Separate
why.
entities,
Yeah.
but when a member of the public comes into a station, they want to know, I want to speak to Joe Bloggs in DDU. Well, sorry, I don't know what he's working. He's DDU, nothing to do with me. Like, time and time again, everyone will say what happens in PSNI and in the UK doesn't work for them. Like, chief superintendents from the PSNI and the UK police have come on TV and said what they did 30, 40 years ago, what we're trying to do now, does not work for them, has not worked for them, and they're reverting back. So why are we allowing this to plow on ahead?
I just say
No, I know, no, we're not.
we're not, no.
But you know what, like, I've members coming to me in the station saying they're quite happy with the 4 on 4 off. And whether they're detectives or the members of the regular or whatever, and if they're book sheet in DDU, they're like, why would I bother staying in DDU if I'm going to be told I'm going on to an 8-hour shift, I'm going to be down money, I'm going to be penalised for working on a unit. You know, members don't want to be down financially. They want to work, they'll work the hours that they have to work. They don't want to be down financially either.
I understand that, but I put you like this. So our main concern first would not necessarily be, it's in our minds in relation to the money, but management's proposal doesn't necessarily mean that people will be down money. So it's not something that we're concentrating on. I'll be far more, but it is, but it's, I suppose I'm trying to do, or what we're all trying to do is the shift pattern first and trying to get as many people onto what our proposal is in relation to what we're seeking. As many as we can first before we even consider the others.
I understand that. I'm just coming from a member of a station party. I think it would be detrimental to the running of a district if the stations in that district were all on different rosters. It works better. Coming from someone who has been a long time on the regular, I'm now a non-core. It works better when people are working together rather than several different rosters. So that's just coming from someone from the station party. I can't comment on other specialised units and national units, but just from looking at it for the last 13 years, the couple of different rosters that have been brought in, this one now where we're all working together at the same time, whether we're core or non-core, we all know who's working, and the benefits of that far outweigh anything else.
I know.
To know who you can call on for assistance when you need it.
I understand that, and we've made that point, and we enforce that point. But I'm just saying, as it is, as it stands at the moment, they don't see that continuing.
Okay, thank you.
John Cashman, Division 14, Wexford. Would it be possible to maintain for the non-core units and specialist units 6 on 4 off? Then maybe, I'm sure everybody would acknowledge that the core, the regular, is the toughest station in the job because there's no cherry picking. Caught really with the crap hours, and I suppose the nature of the work is hard going to endure as well. But it would be possible maybe to secure 4 on 4 off for the core members, and that's a bonus to them, because it is as far as I'm concerned, it's the worst place in the job. And then for ourselves, whatever other units, to maintain 6 on 4 off in the conditions that we would have enjoyed prior to COVID.
I don't know, John, if that's possible, because we're not allowed to discuss that as it stands.
I know you've come here to us today now, for example, maybe to increase the scope of your mandate. I don't know if I phrased that correctly, but prior to COVID, lads, I think I would have thought most people are quite happy with 6 on 4 off. There was no real difficulties with it, but maybe if we can improve the conditions for people on the regular, everybody is very positive about, sorry, any of the members I speak to are very positive about 4 on 4 off. Now I realise that what they want and what is achievable are 2 different things, but maybe this is a gain for people on the regular who are working a 24-hour shift. I don't do it. I have no desire to go back to it. But for the people who are stuck on those hours, this will be a bonus for them. I know, is that what I'm suggesting? Is it viable, or am I foolish when I'm suggesting? Is that what I thought?
Well, it's something that if we were allowed to explore, I don't know whether it's achievable, but it could possibly be. But as it stands at the moment, we can't go there.
What I'm saying to the floor, for example, is there's no, for people who are not engaged in what was core policing or whatever, there's no erosion in our conditions. We will continue, if we could negotiate that. But for the people then around the core, that they get the 4 on, 4 off. And it's an improvement for them, because as far as I'm concerned, people on the core lads have the toughest station job. We all get sick of it, and it's difficult to endure those hours. You know, maybe if you want to open your minds to that and have a think about that. Maybe I'm completely off the wall. Thank you.
Cliff Harding, Westmeath. Just first of all, thank you and the team. Don't envy is an owner's task. Just have management supplied data and evidence for the 8-hour?
No. And it's been requested numerous times.
We possess a lot of data, and I think there should be an onus on them to produce that and show us evidence of why they need an 8-hour roster.
Commission of Policing and the Commissioner's view on the future of policing in Garda Corner. That is what we've been told. Repeatedly.
That's the basis for an 8-hour. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Colin McLaughlin, Division 25, the
Sorry.
East. I'm a little upset with one of your comments that you're not concentrating on the finance aspect of it, because I can tell you, as a detective working in the F district, every other detective there is concerned about a loss of income in relation to the roster negotiations. We lost out in the last roster negotiations. My money went down, and it'll probably go down if I go to 8-hour shifts and 5 days a week. I will lose 10, 15, 20% of my pay. I think you should be, our negotiating team have been told by the Commissioner that it has to be cost neutral. We should be telling him exactly the same thing. It's cost neutral. Nobody's going to lose any money, and let him figure it out.
Yeah, I understand that, and I didn't mean to be misunderstood. I didn't say that it wasn't something that we were looking at. I just said that currently, while it's there, it's not the most important thing as it stands at the moment. Like, if I got a 10% increase.
Members' finances is the most
Sorry,
important thing.
if I could just finish. If I got your 10% increase on an 8-hour shift, would you give out?
Is that on the table?
I'm asking you. If I got that, would you give out? Surely the 8-hour shift in conjunction with the money, it's a combined thing. Is it not?
Yes, I'm saying nobody should come out of this roster negotiation down money. And that's what I'm saying. Money needs to be looked at.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. And that would be my goal as well. Sorry.
Donald Daly, Division 10, Cork City. I'm not going to bore conference by reiterating sentiments that were already said by my colleagues, but I just want to, call out management on their figures. Cork City Division, there's approximately 34% are regular and ASU. I myself have given the majority of my service on the regular unit. I'm currently attached to a detective unit. Management's figures are management's figures. We shouldn't be accepting them, and we should be calling them out where they're inaccurate. I know that we're going to be doing a survey, I would assume, into the inaccuracies of their figures, but we shouldn't be taking it as gospel that these are the figures. There's 34% in my division are regular and ASU. Just my colleague from Ballymun, her name escapes me there. I completely want to agree with everything that she said, and two of the detective colleagues said also. I'm in a detective's office at the moment. I would say conservatively 75% of them have said that if they were to be put on a different roster than some of their partners who are on the regular, they would be incurring massive financial costs, both in childminding. It would be financially punitive on them. And I think regardless of management's position, we should be 100% as an organization united to keep on the 4 on, 4 off for everybody across the board. I don't care if you're a detective in Cork City, Compal in Ballymun, or roads policing in Donegal. If you're Unit A, your rest days are the same. That is our position, and it should be non-negotiable. If the Commissioner wants to impose a roster, let him. and let us unite against that roster when the time comes. We should not. I don't envy your position, Ronan. I really don't. I would absolutely hate to be up there trying to keep everybody happy. But the last person we should be keeping happy is that man in the Phoenix Park. We should be keeping our members happy insofar as we can. Stick to the 4 on, 4 off, stick to the rest days remaining the same, and stick to no member, regardless of their position in the organisation, being financially punished. Which should be non-negotiable. And sorry, just going to keep you 2 more seconds. Just can I clarify another thing? Is if there is an agreement or a proposal put to management or put agreed in Westminster to be put to the membership, could I just clarify and ask if this isn't the plan, that whatever ballot goes out, it be said on the ballot paper where that member currently works, so that we can go back to management and say, regular in Garda Síochána want to agree to the roster that you proposed by 70%, let's just say. However, detective units are 80% against it. Roads policing units are 80% against it. Office-based staff are 80% against it. That gives us more ammunition to go back to say, yes, perhaps we have a 50-50 divide within the organisation, but it's 80-20 in these departments, and this is not acceptable to us. Can I just get an undertaking that whatever ballot paper is coming out will be specific to the rosters that you have specified? Thank you.
Okay. Noel Kerwin, Garda HQ, Division 19. I addressed the commissioner yesterday. I made 2 points, and I've heard you referencing here that this needs to be cost neutral. Why does it need to be cost neutral? The objective of everyone in this room and the Garda Commissioner and the Management Board should be to provide the best possible policing service that we can to every citizen in this state. Why is this cost neutral? Why does it have to be? Inflation is running at nearly 5%. You know, the Garda budget doesn't increase, you know, that much every year. If you bring a proposal on a ballot to members and it favours the 4 on, 4 off, obviously there's a lot more people on the regular. That ballot will be passed. They will vote for that. But you're going to disenfranchise a third of your membership here. And you've got to remember that the people who are in roads policing and detective units and things like that would be more of your senior members who have given a lot of service to this job. And the decisions you make at this rosters, if you do not get it right, this is going to affect us for the next 10, 15 years. Okay, we should not be intimidated by one person's view or a board of management's point of view. We should be looking at what is the best model for us and the public. And I would suggest if you can't get the 4 on, 4 off roster for every single person, then you need to allow the commissioner to bring his own roster forward. And then you need to promote it with the public. And I never really hear anything from the GRA promoting this roster with the public. I gave 3 examples yesterday of where I can verify, albeit a small sample, this roster works on the ground, extremely fast response. Okay, I accept I'm only speaking about Dublin. I can't comment on other parts of the country, and I know it wouldn't be the same in remote areas. But in Dublin, I know in the last year, I've had 3 instances, very quick response times, a lot more guards working, and it's very evident. If you leave a third of your membership behind, you'll always be remembered for that. You're better off allowing the talks to collapse and allowing them to enforce whatever roster they want. They don't have the numbers to have 5 units, and they'll have to come up with some version of 4 units. Let them make the decision, but do not put proposals to a third of your membership and disenfranchise them. They pay their fees, they pay their dues, they're entitled to be heard, they're entitled to be represented, and you're better off saying we couldn't come to an agreement than leaving a third of people behind. Thank you. Cheers. Can I just say on that? It would suit me. My life would be so much easier if I packed my bags and walked out of Westminster tomorrow morning, because I'd have done my best and I won't have got to, and the commission will do exactly what you do, what you've said. But what he's going to impose is what's on the table in Westminster. or worse. That's what he's going to impose. Look, I don't see the logic in not, I'm not saying that we're going to bend over and agree to his requirements or anything. I'm not saying that, but I don't see the logic in not trying to find a solution that we can live with, he can live with, our members are happy, money isn't lost, and he can satisfy whoever he wants to satisfy, but more importantly, we can satisfy all our members. If we don't try and achieve that, we will not come to an agreement as it stands in Westminster. He will impose that proposal. And I think we are in a far worse place than we are now. That's just my view.
How you doing? Ronan, I was in that position many years ago and I got beaten around the head on many occasions in many divisions and district meetings. But I think the argument here, lads, 12-hour roster, it's great, whatever the case may be. Just remember two things. The CMO, when we were negotiating the last roster, was completely and utterly against 12-hour rosters. And then Garda Síochána. Also, when the RUC was reorganized, the PSNI, they brought in the 12-hour roster, and within 9 months of it being brought in, they rejected it. They threw it out, both the members threw it out and management threw it out. What you've got to remember here today, lads, is 2 or 3 things. One, the commissioner can tell you what you're working, regardless whether you like it or not. He is the boss. These men are going out negotiating on our behalf. We're tying their hands behind our back at the moment. I am a detective in Waterford. I will get absolutely skinned alive down in Waterford from the financial fallout of me going back to Monday to Friday 9 to 5. Be under no illusion, lads. I'm 35 years in the Guards next year, right? I'm telling you, it's very straightforward and very simple. The 12-hour roster is not good for you. It might be good at the moment, but I can tell you, in 25, 20 years' time, when we're all here suffering from fucking cancer, because that's what it gives you. If you looked at the research that we did in the last roster, 30% of females that stayed on the roster for their service ended up with breast cancer. We had a great lecture here the other day about wellness and well-being and health and whatever the case may be. The 12-hour roster is bad for you. I know all rosters are bad for you, but the 12-hour roster is bad for you. Now, 4 on, 4 off, great, wonderful. If you want it, that's grand. But don't sell the other members down the track for it. What I want to know as well, Ronan, the research into the 12-hour roster. Have we any research in it? Have we done any research ourselves in it?
Sorry, Joe.
Have we any, for the health of the 12-hour roster, have we any professor or have we any somebody from some of the universities that can tell us about the 12-hour roster? Is it good for us? Is it bad for us? Is there anybody?
We have previous research done by the former GS in relation to his negotiations when 12 hours was, when management wanted 12 hours and we didn't.
Yeah, but it was a no-no. It was a no-no from the CMO and from the, if I'm not mistaken, there was some professor from Maynooth in relation to sleep, that side of things as well.
Andy Coogan, yeah.
Yeah, he was against it.
Yeah, no.
But yet, we are now advocating a 12-hour roster.
I just have to qualify that, Joe. Actually, the CMO came back the last time. He said it was grand if you took rest, and he gave a little grand type of thing for the ASU at the time when management were trying to get that through. But I don't disagree with you.
Yes. The last roster negotiations was based on the working time agreement. The roster comes out of the working time agreement. We must, the most important document that these men are dealing with is not the roster. It's the working time agreement. The reason the working time agreement didn't kick in the last time wasn't because of us. It was because management didn't read it. Because they were so used of the 8-hour roster and doing the 8-hour things. They didn't learn, they didn't know anything about it, and they just bet us around the place with it. We must, first of all, get the working time agreement in place and hold it and stand on it. And we must educate management on how the working time agreement works. In the last negotiations, Ronan, there was a roster put out. We were forced to bring out a roster. The GRA were forced to bring out a roster. I was completely and utterly against it. And look at the roster we got. I went back to Waterford during the last negotiations. When I did my research down in Waterford, there was 18 different rosters. After the versions of the current roster that we have at the moment. Be under no illusion, lads. The type of people now that are in Garda Síochána are not worried about me or you. They're only worried about themselves and what handy hours they can get themselves. And they're the persons that are absolutely riding the system. They will get whatever roster they want. The pets. They will get whatever roster they want. We will still have to put the shoulder to the wheel. So my advice to you is do not hang yourselves up on 4 on, 4 off. Bad for you. Thank you.
Sorry, Kieran, before you go. No, I think Jamie Cruz, is online. Wants to comment.
We can come back. We can come back. Yeah.
Go on, Kieran, sorry.
Kieran O'Neill, Division 26, SDU. I don't envy the negotiating team. You certainly have a tough job. One thing I will say, and I think the feeling in the room today is definitely no to 8-hour tours. We're not going back to working 7 days in a row because that's what an 8-hour tour is. Working 7 days continuously so we can have rotating rest days. It's just not going to work. It would not be accepted. But I do think you do need, as Joe says, you do need a certain amount of latitude. We want 12, they want 8, in the middle is 10. And I think for those, John earlier said, can a 4-unit be done on a 10-hour basis? The answer is yes, it can. It is possible for non-24-hour units to work 6 on, 4 off on a 4-unit basis. And I do think that you need to explore that. But I do think the conference here should give you the latitude to negotiate. It's not a case of you're not going to come back and we're not going to have a discussion throughout the executive and our own divisions in respect of what comes afterwards. But if your hands are tied, you know, we are only heading one way, which is into disagreement and an independent body making an adjudication on what roster will be imposed upon us. Because that's under the national pay agreements, the dispute models will have an independent body like the WRC or the oversight body making the determination as to what guards work. You're better being able to negotiate a position, and if it's the least it should be is the 6-4. Ideally aim for the four units, 4 on, 4 off, but if you can't achieve that, then the minimum should be 6-4. Thank you.
Dermot O'Brien, Division number 5, Mr. President. Ronan, thanks a million. I know what it's like. I've been there. Not a nice place for roster negotiations. I hope you're all getting on well out there. It's not an easy place to be. Just pointed out when we start off, the regular, in my view, are the people we should be thinking about at the mainstay here, about the 4 on, 4 off. They're the ones that do the 24/7. I'm in traffic. I'm in sheltered accommodation. Okay. I don't do 24/7. Simple as that. I have a heart too, by the way, just to let you know. But just one or two points I want to make clear here, because I don't want people leaving conference on an understanding that the commissioner can impose a roster. The commissioner cannot impose a roster. Rosters are conciliable. Westminstown is a subgroup of conciliation, has to go back to conciliation. And the commissioner is well aware that rosters are conciliable. And if he attempts to impose a roster, that's when we have to show our teeth. Not let him decide, I'm going to bring this in. It's unenviable where you are. I understand where your negotiations are. What you're asking today is going to be highly divisive for the GRA, because we're going to have different fractions within it if we decide rosters for different people leaving here today. I don't know if you've named the group specifically that he wants to move on to 8-hour rosters, because that's really where the sticking point is going to be, not the regular. And if that would help conference, it'd be great if you could name what those groups are. Also, if possible, to tell conference what is proposed for the 12-hour roster for the regular. Because it's my understanding there's 2 or 3 different starting times. It's not just 7 to 7, that what people think they're going to get. Is D branch the sticking area? Because I'm hearing from a lot of my colleagues about D branch and money and so forth. Are we confined so much that we have so many different branches of D branch in the country between all the various people that Kieran O'Neill represents and the local DDU? Is that just a particular area that's because we're stuck on one roster for D branch? Is that a problem? And just on the point of the mandate, it's fine for the executive. We all know what the mandate is, but conference isn't. And if you're asking conference to change that mandate, I think they need to know what the mandate is and it should be put up for them so they can make that decision. It's very easy for us to be flippant and talk about annual leave and we'll get rid of annual leave. I'm willing to give up a few days or 14 days notice. These are mainstays that we have fought hard for years. And I don't think we should even be conceiving giving them up. That's my own personal opinion. I'll make a prediction today that the non-core, you'll come back and the non-core will be allowed to work the core hours, but that in a year's time, there'll be a caveat put into it that each district superintendent will be allowed to examine their pulse data and on the basis of that decide whether non-core will remain on the 4-on, 4-off or whether they'll go on the 8-hour roster. That'll be the sweetener to get it over the line because they will induce the core that way. That's what they're going to do to divide and conquer. What I'm going to say now is if you allow a split in the rosters, this conference, if we allow a split in the rosters, that is only the beginning of the end. Once they split us on rosters, they'll start splitting us on absolutely everything else. There's an old tradition in the trade union, and it says, united we stand and divided we fall. You've been asked to make a decision here to divide us. And on that, I predict we will fall. Thank you very much.
Brendan O'Connor, Division number 1, Donegal. I have a couple of hats on here. I step in and deputise for Frank at Westminster, so I have a fair handle on what's going on out there. And I also work the core. I work in a rural district. We should be non-core, but there's no guards left in rural Ireland, as you know, so we're working the core hours. I work with guards who love the 12 of the 4-on, 4-off that are commuting down home in their days off, the younger members. I work with senior members who are saying, yeah, they like it, but they're just getting a wee bit tired and maybe there might be some alternative out there that maybe suits them better. I talk to detectives that say, fantastic, I want my 4 days off. I talk to other detectives and they say, no, it's not fit for purpose, it's not doing whatever. So look, there is no one roster that fits all, and I agree with everything that people have said here, and maybe I'm a dreamer, right? But why wouldn't we, like, we're guards that are out there negotiating on your behalf. We're not stupid. We know that we wouldn't even dream of coming back to our colleague in the DMR East with a pay cut. We wouldn't dream of producing a roster that wasn't acceptable. But I think we should at least explore the possibility. See, can we come up with a package? And it's not that you're voting to let us go out and make a decision for you that you're going to get shafted. You're giving us just the latitude to go out there, talk. We have your perspective on board. We're guards, we come from different backgrounds. We have Philip with the IR perspective. So if there's a possibility of exploring and finding agreement. Let's try and at least see. I'm not saying we will. And if we do get into a confrontation with the commissioner and he tries to impose something and the Dermot says he can't, but we're still going to be at loggerheads. We're going to be, you know, uncertainty. We're going to have competing interests. He's going to be, if we do go into the Labour Court, eventually a dispute, and the commissioner is saying, well, I have obligations under Police and Service for Future, and the police authority are saying this, that, and the other. So just, I think, personally, and I say I'm seeing this from both sides, from the colleagues I work with and from being in Westminster, I think we should try and explore something. There's fail-safes for you. We're not going to make idiots of ourselves by bringing back a package that we know is not accepting members. Your executive aren't going to present something for ballot that isn't going to pass or isn't palatable. And ye and the people you represent are going to have a vote. So I understand where Dermot came from. There's the potential to cause division, but I see it as the opposite. This stops us being divided and saying, well, one group got left after another group got thrown under a bus. Maybe let us just go out and see, can we get everyone on a bus that might suit them and take it from there? But there are safeguards there, and we're not looking for mandate to go out there and sell anyone out or to reduce anyone's earnings or to think we have a mandate to that. But certainly for me, for my colleagues in the Milford district who want different things from different rosters, as a local rep, if I wasn't on negotiating team, I'd be saying, go out and see what you can do, lads. And we understand the red line issues. We're not going to concede them and come back and say, you know, something that's unpalatable. So I think it makes perfect sense. I say, I like to think I can step back and look at it subjectively. And, you know, and as Joe said, the 12 hours is good and people like it, but whenever time comes that maybe people aren't that enamored with it after a couple of years, or it's difficult, you know, to get leave or different things. So I'm just saying, I think we should let the team at least explore. No one's saying, give us a mandate to go out and agree something on your behalf. We're just saying, give us a mandate to go out and talk about the issues that everybody spoke about here, that Mairead spoke about, the different units. I mean, I was working on Sunday night. There was a regular unit from Donegal at a domestic in Sligo. There was a traffic unit at a health call, and there was a detective unit sent to public order, because there is nobody working. And we're aware of that. We're not living in a bubble like Westminster and getting carried away with ourselves, sitting down at management, listening to their crap. They don't understand it as well as we do. And I think we have the expertise, we have the knowledge, we can feed in with you. But I would say it's in everyone's interests. You've nothing to lose by letting us explore things. And I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think we're safe in a pair of hands. But there's enough fail-safes there. Nothing's going to happen to disadvantage you as members, because we're not going to bring something back that's a pile of shite, you know. But at the minute, we've no option to bring you back anything other than something that we're not even that sure of what we all want. So I would say, please consider giving your negotiating team a wee bit of latitude. They're not going to let you down. And if they do let you down, you can hammer them. And the members will hammer them. It's quite simple. Thank you.
Just before you start, Derek, what I'll do is I'll read over the mandate so you know what it is that we have. It's roster predictability, address fatigue issues as raised by members, the preservation of the Westminster Agreement, preservation of members' 34 days annual leave entitlement, preservation of 4 rest days, preservation of the 14 days notice provision to change the WTA, no dilution of the European Working Time Directive, address members being required to work 4 earlies, 4 lates and 4 nights, address the issue of no early tour for several weeks, reduce number of 3 AM finishes on a Thursday, Friday and Saturday where possible, provide 7 AM and 8 AM early starts for non-core where possible, preservation of the current unsocial earnings capacity, no shift changes outside agreed and permissible working time agreement, preservation of provisions of the Garda Code F10, that's the overtime regulations, specific provisions for specialist sections as per the 2016 agreement, protocols for 12-hour rosters in specific circumstances, and that compensatory rest continues to come from paid working time. That's what the handcuffs. Now, that's what we have going out, and that's to the forefront of our minds when we're talking. But as it stands at the moment, as I said, we've come to the end of talking because management won't move and neither will we. Derek.
Thanks. Derek O'Donoghue, Louth Division number 18. Dermot, and it was a tough act to follow, and so is Brendan. My main concerns are that the membership have sacrificed a lot over the last 13 years, 14 years. I'm looking around the audience here, and I'd say maybe 90% of us have worked the 8-hour shift, the 10-hour shift, and the 12-hour shift. So we know what we want. We want predictability, but a lot of people want the 12-hour shift. If it's gone down to the 6 on, 4 off, I prefer the talking to lads. It would be the country way, which is come back on a night and finish on an early. It means you can, under working time agreement, your second last day, you can start work at a 9 a.m. start, finish at 7 p.m. And then on Friday morning, you can come in at 7 a.m. and finish at 5 that afternoon. You can do 2-2-2. I know it's been done in other places at the minute.
2-2-2 in terms of what shift?
Shift work, if you're doing a
shift duration, sorry, Derek.
Shift duration, if you're doing a 3-1, 3-1, 12 to 10.
10-hour shifts.
If it was 6 on, 4 off. Now, you've mentioned what the mandate is. What are we actually doing here now at the minute? We're discussing what's happening. Is there a list been taken about what members want? Or are you just looking for a general feeling from the audience?
We're looking for views from the delegates who represent all the members outside there.
You
And
went
the
through-
idea,
yeah.
and also informing you that we, as it stands at the moment, we are restrained in what we can and can't discuss.
You've mentioned the mandate there at the minute. Are there specific ones that you want us to tackle on and vote on here today?
Well, as it stands at the moment, Derek, we can't go outside of all the people resting on the same shift pattern. That's the basics of it. So that doesn't allow you to change.
Say that again.
As it stands at the moment, what we have is the core, non-core, and the DDU working off the same shift pattern, same rest periods.
Yeah.
So the rest periods obviously reflect the working period. So that means that all of them have to be on the same shift.
When we're finished this discussion, will you be telling us what you've come up with as in relation to the group here as a whole? Or will you just go back to the negotiations and just say, this is what's coming back from the floor? This is what our new mandate is, our revised mandate.
We haven't told management what our mandate is. This is our mandate. Okay. This is in our back pocket. These are our restrictions and I'm not giving anything to management unless they need it.
I know, but I'm just kind of saying that we're going to go for dinner now in a few minutes and conference will be finished up. Will you be kind of assessing stuff after lunch coming back to us, and this is what has come back to you from the floor, and we now know what position we're going to take on certain aspects?
I would imagine that we'd probably try and word something that would allow us a small bit of flexibility to go outside of the mandate and explore possibilities of coming to an agreement that we could bring back to the executive and obviously further if agreeable.
I didn't speak too much yesterday in relation to the commissioners there, but I think we're on a collision course with the commissioner no matter what we do, because he's bringing in stuff that he knows from a different jurisdiction, and it's just totally different to what we're used to, and we know what we want as guards. And I'd say the next time we're meeting, if it's going to be a special, I think it's going to be a lot more vocal than we are at the minute. I know you're in a tough position, and I can see you up there, and you're not getting this in the neck, but I think it will be changed in the next 2 months.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Rona, for the presentation. Jim Mulligan, Daymore East, Division 25. I see now when you read out the mandate, what you're at, the mandate actually states, it doesn't state 12-hour or anything, it states everybody on the same platform. We've heard the various reasons about people being married, might be on someone in the roads policing or compal and another one in the regular. That mandate, every single bit of that, as Joe pointed out, is delivered in the 2016 working time agreement. So essentially what you're asking us here is, does conference agree to
the figures that were done in 16, 48% core. So the conference agreed to 48% having a 12-hour shift, and the other 52% who's Compol, roads policing, DDU, DPSU, scenes of crime, fraud, the depot, been on different variations of resting. I said it at the executive, it's divisive. Our conferences will become very different. You're right to keep annual leave out of Westminstown, it is conciliable, but they will go to conciliation. You'll actually be told by your own membership, where you have 52% on 8-hour shifts with 34 days leave, looking at 48% working 72 days less a year with 34 days leave. You're going to be sent down to conciliation yourself to sort it out. And that's been straight with you. Everything that's in that mandate is in the 2016 working time agreement. We need to get realistic with the members. The 12-hour shift for everyone was never deliverable. Never deliverable. That's the decision the conference need to make. Do they want to go 12-hour for 48 and the rest of them? Dermot is right. It's divide and conquer. It's divisive. And you'll have people even in this room whose husbands or wives are at home on the regular working a 12-hour shift. And they're trying to work their leave around getting here because they're on a different shift pattern. I would not change a word of that mandate. And I would certainly not change that everybody stay on the same shift pattern, because it will destroy the job and it will destroy this organization, because we'll feel the divisiveness in this room ourselves. Thanks.
Thanks, President, Ronan, Speaker, John Joe Connell, Kildare Division, Division number 13. Ronan, thanks for your presentation and the opportunity for a Q&A. So sometimes I'm accused of oversimplifying things, but what's basically happened here is that the mandate is to hold on to all our protections and to go out and get a 4-on, 4-off 12-hour tour for everybody, okay? Now, I'm not involved in negotiations. I'm on the Central Executive Committee, and the lads come back and update us as much as they can. We have to understand, I suppose, negotiations are confidential. That doesn't mean they're secret, it means they're confidential to protect the whole negotiation purposes. And that's what negotiations are. GRA are coming in here, Garda manager coming here. I don't expect us to be in negotiations like the DUP, as in no, 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 no. Is that there's going to be give and take, but I know that you won't come back with any of our protections destroyed or diminished that has us treated like dirt. Okay, I know you won't come back to that. But what I have promised my members in Kildare is that there will be a ballot. That there will be a ballot on whatever comes back. And I've heard people talking about you have to come back and get this right. Because if you don't, you're going to disenfranchise a third. You're going to disenfranchise a third of the membership, right? But I'd say the reverse. If you don't come back with a ballot, you may disenfranchise 2/3 of the membership. I'll declare I'm on roads policing, like Dermot and a few other people around here. I spent 12 and a half years on the regular and 12 and a half years in roads policing. I've worn a uniform all through my career, right? At the end of the day, whether you're in roads policing or fraud, everything in between, the bread and butter of the job and where you all came from is the uniformed regular member, right? And they have to be looked after. I'm in roads policing. The regular have to be looked after, right? So whatever that ballot brings, it's democracy. That's what we have in our association. I don't think there's any I've heard you will disenfranchise members. You will certainly disenfranchise members if you don't come back with a ballot of some sort, right? We have, and there's a lot of it has been mentioned, we since Jesus was a baby in the manger, we were doing 8-hour tours, okay? Then we went on to 10-hour tours 9 years ago, okay? Now we're on 12-hour tours. I love the 12-hour tour. The vast majority of members in Kildare and across the country love the 12-hour tour. But in March 2020, when I was told we were going on the 12-hour tours, I had people beating down the door in Naas, wondering what the fuck is this 12-hour tour? It's too long. When the 10-hour tour came up,
in 2012. How the fuck are we going to do another 2 hours? As long as we're in work long enough. Okay? So, like, I suppose rosters is quite emotive, and it's one of the top priorities for our members and the membership. Rosters are quite fluid. I think we're quite like anyone else in the human race. We're adaptive. We adapt, and I suppose as being Polish, we adapt, and so much so you could see how we adapted in relation to COVID and the 12-hour roster. And something that which for years, under no circumstances we work with 12-hour roster, it was recommended by the professor in Maynooth that 12-hour roster would involve a lot of fatigue. And I would agree to that to the extent where we have a lot of members, and we spoke about transfers here at the yesterday, where we have members driving in excess to an hour and a half. That's a long day, and it's quite dangerous on people too. Okay, all those things considered. But one thing I will say is that the last couple of years we've been bet down, and there's one common denominator. Okay, it's a commissioner who has come into Garda Síochána from a military-style police service. We heard Deputy Commissioner Coxon on yesterday talking. She spoke to my Limerick colleague here, Brian, in relation to why she thought in Garda Síochána was so far ahead of every police force, and how they emphasise so much on community policing. Okay. So, like, let them, where I'm actually coming to is that the dedication that our members have given, and also this talk of giving us an extra bank holiday or an extra, I don't know, vouchers for done stores. I don't care. Like, our members don't want to refuse any of those things, but that's not a thing that's been spoken about Kildare. I don't think it's really been spoken about around the rest of the country. It's rosters what people want. What I want is decent rest time between my week's work and reasonable hours to see my family and friends, and maybe go to watch a basketball match or bring the children to Camogie. They're the important things, right? I definitely don't think that nobody in Kildare will blame the negotiating team in relation to whatever comes back, but I've promised the members in Kildare a ballot. I think all along we promised the members across the country a ballot, and I wish you well. Like I said at the start, negotiations we're here, Garda management are here. Try and get us as near as possible to here as you can, but please come back with something. And thank you very much for your work. And Ronan, thanks very much for the presentation. But what I will finish up and say that we all came from the regular, and it's not a case of the regular are here and they're only 48%. In my heart, they're 99% of the Garda Síochána. And thanks very much.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, Brendan Hogan, Division 15, Westmeath. I'm coming from the detective branch in Mullingar, and I would say that we're happy with the 12-hour roster, and I can't see why it's been bandied about by commissioners saying it doesn't work for doing your duty. I've never found a problem doing our job on a 12-hour roster. But having said that, going into negotiations, we all understand that you will have to give and take, and you even discuss stuff, even if you don't agree to it, you have to discuss or whatever. But the big problem I have with it is, at the minute, we're discussing or dealing with a commissioner who basically is bluffing the country, and he's bluffing the government that he's bringing up a new policing service into Ireland. He's basically destroying our police service. He's bringing in the PSNI and the British police system into our system, and we all know it doesn't work. Why aren't we showing that this system in the UK and in Northern Ireland is not working? Why are we entertaining this man bringing in a system into us that we know is not working in other areas in the UK and in Northern Ireland? Like, why are we negotiating on a basis that he's saying this is what we need to work for a new policing service, and we know it's not a new policing service? And we need to call him out on that. And I don't think I've heard any call out from our own organisation in media in relation to this commissioner is basically bluffing everyone in relation. This is not new plan he's coming up with. This is a plan he's implemented from other police forces, and there's nothing new about it.
President Ronan, John McCann from Division 26. I'll make this brief. I suppose I'm in a fairly unique position that I'm attached to a national unit, and we provide 24 cover. So I'm well aware of doing the 12 on, 12, or 4 days on, 4 days on, of 12-hour tours. We're quite happy with them, to be quite honest. However, speaking to the lads that I work with, and we're all senior, the junior man where I am is 22 years service. if the leave was to be considered, and I know it's part of your mandate, the 34 days leave, if that was to be touched, we wouldn't be happy working a 12-hour tour. The 34 days leave, I don't apply for a tour of duty off. Anytime I'm 26 years in the job, anytime I've applied for leave, it's for a 24-hour period, not for a 12-hour period or an 8-hour period or a 10-hour period. Now, if management were to turn around and say, yes, we'll give you your 4 days on, 4 days off, but we're going to cut your leave back to 21 days. See how happy are people on the regular then to work 4 days on, 4 days off with 21 days leave. That's where we are. And that's where the road that they will go down, because I've seen it. They've done it in other jurisdictions where they have changed tours and they've taken leave off members. It's happened in other jurisdictions. It will happen here. So what sacrosanct has to be, no matter what you do, the outcome is that 34 days leave has to remain, whichever tour duty we're doing. Thanks.
Okay. President Alan O'Donnell, Limerick. Lads, I think the issue here is everyone has mentioned we have a negotiating team going out to Westminster. We need to give them the power to negotiate. There's no point a team going out there with their hands tied and they can't negotiate the rosters. We need a ballot coming to the members that we can vote on, and we can bring in a roster that, and hopefully it will suit everyone. But they need the power to negotiate. So I urge you to release them from the mandate they have and give them the power to negotiate there. Thanks.
Okay, Mark, is that man still online or he's gone? All right, okay. Anything else? I'm ripe for beating. No.
Okay, plenty of discussion, plenty of variance of views on that. That's basically what, I suppose, what's coming before conference today is that, you know, to release the negotiating team from the current mandate and come back with the best possible roster configurations. And then obviously balance membership, and that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I'd like.
That's basically it.
And then you leave Christmas. Yeah.
So who gave you the mandate? The central
CEC.
Yeah. Well, have you gone back to them and asked them to change it?
Well, this has only come the last time we met in Westminster was Friday.
Well, maybe you could come to us after you go back to the CEC and they give you the mandate, go back and ask them, put your proposal to them and change it. That's what they're up there representing us for.
I understand that, and we would have done that matter of course, but we also wanted the views from conference in relation to how ye see, what ye want, what the members that ye represent want.
I think our views will come up through our CEC people anyway. So you have, go back to where you got your first mandate and get a new one if that's what needs to be. There's no, I don't think there's any need to be coming down to us saying this here. Our views can come up through our CEC people into your committee there.
Yeah, but I'd still say that conference is the place to make the right decisions. And don't interpret that wrong. I mean, conferences, like, if we come in here and we can update the CEC fine and they change the mandate, I don't have an issue with that, don't have a problem with that. But as I said, what we wanted to do here is get the views from the floor in relation to how everybody, I don't have a problem going back to CEC tomorrow and doing it. I'll have to, because we're back in Westminster on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Go back.
Sorry, just a question. The last time that we were discussing this here, was it not said that when you'd be discussing a specific roster?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you. Can you take off the mask?
Was it not said, sorry, that when we were discussing a roster for a part of the organisation, be it traffic, let's just say that a member who works that roster would be consulted or even present, I think was mentioned at one point for that negotiation. That was mentioned previously. Is that?
If you're talking about, I'm not too sure what you're asking, but I can tell you that on the task force, what the members of the CEC that were selected for that, or volunteered and selected, were representative of all, there's traffic, plainclothes, core, non-core. So I'm not too sure if that's what you're asking. So there's a view from all those different sections within the roster task force.
Yes, that's basically what I'm saying, is that, is there a broad spectrum?
There is,
part
yes.
of- Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was ensured that that was. The previous GS made sure of it.
Thanks, Roland.
Eileen.
Liam Hennessy, Division 30 Mead. It appears you're at a crossroads in your negotiations, and I don't envy your task. And I think to date, yourself and the team have done a good job out there. But
thank you.
These negotiations, it's my belief, can't be that fluid that you just come down here following a development that happened in the last day or two, and then we just immediately swing the bus around and go in an opposite direction. I don't think it needs to move that quickly. I don't think it's wise to move that quickly. The mandate, we didn't dream it up. It came from a lot of thought and a lot of consultation with reps and members on the ground. And it's a very good mandate. Is it perfect? No. Does it suit everybody? No. But it is our mandate. If you feel that there's areas that need to be looked at, you need to come back to the CEC. We need then to go back and consult with our reps and our members on the ground and advise them that this is where this is going. Like, for example, have we established that it's going to be going forward 4 units or 5 units?
There's nothing established yet, Liam. Oh, you
Okay.
mean in the management's proposal?
Yes.
It's 4 units.
It's 4 units.
Yes.
And I presume we've identified the huge administrative cost saving for them in that, as in you've one less sergeant on the unit. So there's less paperwork that they have to do. Do you know what? But I think we're moving too quick here. And I understand, and I, as I said here, I have respect for your position, but I don't think you can move this quickly here. I think you need to come back down the channel through CEC, down to reps, down to your membership. It's too important to just make the decision off the cuff here in the room. It means an awful lot to people, and it's not just about money too, it's about lifestyle, it's about, I mean, the 12 hours were great, and they were great for a while because they were the quietest period in the history of the Guards. I mean, like, the pubs were closed. You were driving around at nighttime and like, it was wildlife on the road, that's all there was. So, and the 12-hour shifts are different for people all across the spectrum. It's different for a 25-year-old than it is for a 50-year-old. You know, there's kids to be brought into, all these things need to be kicked around, but I just urge you to slow it down a small bit, and I mean that with respect.
Thanks very much, lads. I'm going to break now for lunch, and we'll have a shorter lunch today. We'll come back at 2:30 if that's all right. And I'll see you all at 2:30. Thanks. the rosters task force met there at 2 o'clock, just for briefly, so he'll just update you on that, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, the task force met there over lunch, and we've compiled all the views from, or we will be compiling all the views from the delegates here today, and we'll be bringing back to the CEC in December to revisit or to discuss the mandate further. Okay with everybody? Seamus, do you want to ask a question? Yeah, come on.
Oh yeah, no, that was just an update, Seamus.
Thanks Thanks very much, Mr. President. I consider myself new to the CEC. I joined in the CEC in 2014. And when I went up there, rosters was on the agenda since what I understood 2012. And my predecessors, or those that were in the CEC by then, had mandated that the rosters negotiating team at the time to go out and negotiate the rosters, but not to come back if they conceded the 14 days notice. So that was what was their agenda in 2014. They went out and they did that, and they secured the 2016 agreement, which on ballot was rejected. And our 2016 agreement, I suppose, to my dying day, I remember PJ Stone, our former General Secretary, he at a CEC meeting, he held up the 2016 agreement, and he said, whatever about rosters and configurations, make sure you secure that. And we didn't. Now, the present negotiations are out in Westminster. It is conciliation, and us as a CEC, we are sworn to confidentiality. Eddie Walsh can confirm for the past 6 months at any divisional meeting, the fact I was sworn to secrecy, I couldn't disclose the present state of negotiations and how that they were going. Today, I have been briefed in that, as everyone here has. So I just learned today the state of play in relation to the rosters, and I understand that it was just last Friday, and fair play to the rosters negotiating team and the task force, they're doing Trojan work. But like Sir Alex Ferguson says, this is now the squeaky bum time. Do you know what I mean? These negotiations, when they move to certain places, we really got to negotiate as a team. The CEC, I suppose the CEC aren't that bad. Do you know what I mean? We make decisions, and that's our job. And Jerry Sweeney, Jerry was there, I think he might be gone now. Like what Jerry suggested and what you've said now, Ronan, going back to the CEC is the proper thing to do. But going back to PJ Stone and the 2016 agreement, conditions for members of the Garda Síochána, especially those at Guard rank, are sacrosanct. At the minute, I'm reading this book, Changing the Guard. It's written by Tim Doyle from Kerry, and it's about our Jack Merriman, the founding member of Garda Síochána. I would urge everyone that is anything to do with the GRA or the younger membership that will be joining the GRA when we're all well and gone, they should read this book, because we fought and our forefathers fought for our conditions, and if we are to let them go, they'll turn in their graves. Thanks very much. Conditions, 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 whatever about configurations. And the CEC have done what you have asked of us. The confidentiality, we're sworn to secrecy, and not a word has got out. Thanks very much.
Thanks, James.
Derek O'Donoghue, Division 18. Just one question for clarity, and Liam touched on it. What time frames do you reckon you're under? Because we've got the CEC in next month, the January CEC, and the roster is due to finish on the 22nd of January next year.
Timeframes in relation to negotiations?
Well, you're looking at negotiations and what's coming next year down the line, the fact that will COVID be still with us? Will the 24-hour roster or 12-hour roster still be with us? Like, you're in negotiation teams, have you a time frame there on what you want to achieve? January.
I suppose there's no set time frame in relation to, he's not saying, or this chair isn't saying we have to have this agreed by the 1st of December. But we are conscious that for any agreement to be balloted on and accepted or rejected, it's going to take 8 weeks or so on top of, or from the date it comes back and is approved by the CC.
Thank you. Thanks. There have been no other speakers. So look, as I said, we'll take it back to the task force and then the task force will update the executive. I don't have any other items of business. So if there's nothing else, I would conference permission. I look to close. Before I do, I'll just get Mark to come up as well. Just very briefly, I'd like to thank the hotel and their staff for the warm welcome and hospitality that they've shown us. You see Tom go around there, his bucket, he does it once a year. 1,031.70 was collected for the staff. So fair play to everyone for contributing to that. The staff in the conference are here. You know, this is our first kind of hybrid conference with some members joining online and here. So thanks very much for everyone for all your hard work. Mary Martin and Graham Wolf from the staff there for their unwavering support in the lead up to this conference, and all the staff above in the office as well. Our association, our association solicitor issues, and most importantly, I suppose yourselves delegates. You know, thanks for contributing to the debates over the last 2 days. I hope you enjoyed it, and it is enjoyable kind of formulating the roadmap before next May when we meet again, and getting the updates as to where they'll come. One very good suggestion from Liam Hennessy last night, which I'm going to take to do, is that the questions that we gave the commissioner yesterday, I'll take them off the feed here and I'll actually write them and we'll look for written answers to those questions, because as you all know, there's an awful lot of dodgeball there on yesterday as regards answers. So that's what we're going to do, and thanks to Liam for that suggestion there too. Finally, the conference standing orders, they have pushed out for motions for conference from May to the 31st of January next year. And that's just to facilitate with COVID and maybe AGM's being pushed out a bit. So any suggestions or motions for conference 2022, the closing date is the 31st of January. So I'll hand you over to Mark now on the conference arrangements committee, and thank you too, sorry, for all your hard work as well. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mr. President. I think on behalf of the Conference Arrangements Committee, I just want to echo what you said about the hotel and the staff. And for delegates yourselves, thank you very much. I suppose, hopefully it appeared to run seamlessly for you. I know some of the delegates back home or online might have experienced some glitches here and there, but it is a hybrid, the first time we've done it. And I don't think we've realized the difficulty perhaps and the work that's gone in by the Narrowcast media group, NNG, over in the UK, who are our virtual host, if you like. Simon and Chloe from My Voice, who did the voting for us, and the INEC technical team. They've worked tirelessly. It's been difficult. Thank you very much for all the help you've given me over the last couple of weeks. And also to Paul Hope. Paul, thank you very much. That's me finished. If I could ask that conference 2022 be remitted back to the Conference Arrangements Committee, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, can I have consensus on to putting that back to the floor? Or back to Conference Arrangements Committee, sorry. All those in favour? Against? Thanks very much. Safe travel. All the best.
Thank you, Brian. You thought that maybe there would be a hiccup along the way? That there would be,